almost like the raised on the wall, sitting on the wall, taking the raised apart. And this document is from a photographic perspective. You have to write it and take a picture and switch it. I think today's about learning about what things are made from, how far the distance they're done, how easy it can be taken apart or not. And any kind of dangerous thing like glass, beware of the scanner, it's got a glass bed. The screens have got, obviously, some of the old screens like glass in. But generally, the developers say this is kit. We've got two key rooms today. We've got a kids maybe camp in there, private camp. But you can stay in the side of the curtain, and the Teardown Lab, I mean, I'll get around later. But yeah, that's just, I'm just going to tell you things, but just pick an item, do your things, game up, or do it as a group. I like you to decide. A natural leader reform. Or you, a non-leader, I don't know. There's no constraints on what you can take part. It's just great if you kind of keep it involved and take some pictures and tweet it. And you tweet it, tag it, DIF 2015. If you haven't got a camera, I can take that up with a camera. You're taking stuff apart, yeah. So in here, you've got goggles, gloves, and a whole range of tools. Obviously, when you goggles, when you're interested, you've got the time, you just take the screws out. You try to snap plastic. And feel free to actually talk to the camera. Some guys in commentary will talk back.
Guys, while you get going, I'm just gonna and now you've got some there's some people in London. Good to have you here. There's a couple of people watching online, and also there's some people in Coventry as well. I see Adam waving. I'm just gonna really quickly just say a few words to kick off the teardown session. Many of you know this already, but this is taking place as part of the 2015 Disruptive Innovation Festival. The DIF is a 3-week-long online open access event that invites thought leaders, entrepreneurs, businesses, designers, makers, and learners to explore the question, the economy is changing, what do I need to know, experience, and do? For those of you who weren't here a few minutes ago, my name's Joe. I'm part of the hosting team at the Disruptive Innovation Festival, and I'm really excited to be able to host what's quite a different type of event and a bit of an experiment as part of the DIF.
That's great to be part of it.
While we're getting started, I think Andy, you were just saying about people taking photos and sharing what's going on. We'd love to see that. So there's a couple of ways to do it. You can use @thinkdiff_, which is the Twitter handle, and we'll retweet some of the best ones. And also just use the hashtag #ThinkDiff to stay part of the conversation. So as I say, it is quite a different event. Throughout the course of the DIF, and I think some of you from hearing the conversations taking place, some of you have been to some of the DIF events. Over 3 weeks, there are around 200 plus online workshops, presentations, panel discussions. They are mostly taking place online. We're trying to leverage the power of the internet to connect more people on and invite more speakers and have a real abundance of new views and perspectives and insights. But also, we really want to make use of the enthusiasm people have for actually getting hands-on and taking stuff apart at places like Fab Labs and makespaces. To be perfectly frank, by actually doing stuff. So that's the idea with Teardown Live. It's taking part of everyday objects to learn about the system in which they were designed and to discover how they could be designed in the future. It is a bit of an experiment. We're connected to Fab Lab London and to Coventry, where Adam is at the Imagineering Festival at Ricoh Arena. It is a bit of a pilot, and if it goes well, and I think it will, I think we'll have some fun, then we'll plan something bigger next year. But maybe it'd be good just to have a hello from both locations.
Hello from London.
How many have you got there, Andy?
There's 5 of us in a brass band outside.
Lovely. You've got a soundtrack as well.
It's the Lord Mayor's show, Lord Mayor's speech show. There's armed police on the streets because they're obviously Paris. We're in a little cubby hole in the city.
Yeah. And Adam, where are you?
Oh yeah, we're in the Jaguar suite, which is like one of the main hospitality suites in the Ricoh Arena, home of Coventry City Football, and in the great big exhibition hall over on the other side is the Imagineering Fair, which is run by the Imagineering Foundation. Big, huge thing, lots and lots of kids and families. So we're really excited to be part of that. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to find, so we're low on numbers, but we're big on energy. We're really looking forward to taking part.
We're going to try and send some people your way. We'll once you get going, we'll hop on Twitter and we'll dominate the Imagineering hashtag and we'll send them your way.
All right, excellent.
So I know you guys that you've Fab Labs, and I don't work at a Fab Lab, whereas you Adam and Andy, this is your this is what you do. So I'm going to pretty much leave the day up to you. What we have some options for what we can do. I'm happy to give some insight into circular economy at some point. We've obviously got the teardown activity, which is the main part of the day, taking stuff apart, finding out how it was designed. When I was in London and took part in a teardown lab, it was really useful to kind of get some perspective on 3D printing at Fab Lab London. This is a trend that we hear a lot about, but how could it actually impact the way that we think about not just product design, but repair and maintenance in the future? A couple of other options, designing a business model that's fit for the future. Once you've taken some things apart, how might you adjust the model in which it fits to make it more suited to perhaps a different type of economy, maybe a circular economy? And then if we've got time, and I know this is something you're really keen on trying to do, Andy, could you take any of the components from what you've taken apart and turn them into something new and interesting? There's a large chair on the table as well in London. This chair was donated by Steelcase, who have worked to create an office chair that is designed for disassembly, designed for repair. So it'd be good to put that to the test today as well and see if repair and disassembly is really taken into account at the design phase. What does that actually mean? Does it really make it easier for a user to repair or to extend the life of that product? A couple of last little housekeeping things before we really get going. If you're in any doubt, ask an expert. That's not me. That's the guys that you're with in your respective locations. Obviously, taking part electronics, you can get to a stage where an extra blow of a hammer could result in some nasty results. So if in doubt whether you should take something apart, do ask Andy or Adam. Again, share your teardown progress, pictures, design ideas using #ThinkDiff, and most of all, have some fun. I hear it's certainly raining in Reading, and if it's rainy where you are, then you're best off being inside, taking part in a teardown lab. So have fun with it, share your pictures, and I look forward to keeping track of the progress throughout the day.
Thanks, Joe.
Cool. So I'm going to let you crack on with tearing stuff down. I'll see how you crack on. We'll probably I'll chip in at various points, and maybe a bit later we can talk a bit about the circular economy and what it could mean in the context of design.
Cool. Okay. Well, you've got obviously you'll be the eye on us from our webcam, so you'll be able to see what we're doing.
I will. I'm keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, we'll get some masking tape at the front of that.
Cool. See you soon, guys.
Right, cheers, thanks. This is going to be an all-day live stream. So I'm just going to start off. I just put yourself up. I was thinking, should we try and tackle that? Sure. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of tools and the instruction manual. So you take it apart, I listen to them, and I'll bring some 3D printers as well. And we can work out what if some things break, what could you 3D print? I'm just going to see the hands. See how it goes. Yeah? Right, I'm going to get the picture for that.
Yay! Break. small amount people.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's maybe disassembled, but does it function as a chair?
So that's lots of levers.
Yeah. So this is the what sound because this. Yeah. So literally, apparently this chair is one that you can take apart and recycle and reuse parts of it. I think we'll take it apart and see, and we'll just see if that's true. And see if we're not lying to us.
Oh yeah, here's all the recycled content.
Actually, it's put in the chair. It's put in the chair and the chair on the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the classical area.
And
Any preference on music?
Yeah, go for it. Good. Oh, is the plastic supposed to be on the inside?
We're going to try and stream some music, Joe, so I'm not sure it's going to work, but I'll give it a blast.
All good, give it a go.
It's comfortable now because you're not working in it for 9 hours.
What does this do? If I throw this down, make a back.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it gives a little bit more support. So I suppose that comes from lumbar. So, yeah, videos around the world are just there.
Can I volunteer my watch? Can we take that apart and then give it new straps? I was trying to work out how to give it new straps.
On your watch?
Well, I don't know how to make them.
You want to make a strap?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm surprised this thing doesn't click. Usually you adjust and then it stops.
There's no, like, lock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
If you've just joined to view online, we're just kicking off with the Teardown session. We've got a team in the Imagineering Festival in Coventry at the Ricoh Arena, and a group in London at Fab Lab London who have got started taking part a steel case chair that's designed for disassembly. But I can see in Coventry some computers are meeting their teardown end. This broadcast is part of the 2015 Disruptive Innovation Festival, a three-week-long festival of free, open access, and mostly online events. This part of the schedule is a hands-on teardown workshop. we'll be broadcasting this stream all day. There'll be insights from circular economy, 3D printing. If you're in London or in Coventry, maybe you should just head out, put on an anorak, and head down to one of these spaces, and you can pick up a screwdriver yourself. Are you all working on computers, Adam? Have you all started on computers? It looks like that's what's on the table.
I'm disassembling a big old HP workstation.
Okay.
We've got a couple of people working on an old iMac.
Yeah.
And then over in this corner, Reese is tearing down a video camera.
Nice. So, okay, some different types of products. Is that iMac dead?
Close enough.
Okay, it's being euthanized.
We can't use it anymore. Yeah, it's being euthanized.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys crack on, but good to hear some updates as we progress. So those of you watching this session online as part of the Disruptive Innovation Festival, worth checking out our Twitter feed during the day. We'll be reposting the best shots from the teardown sessions that are taking place at the Imagineering Festival in Coventry and at Fab Lab London. We'll also post some updates from as to when we're starting some of the feedback sessions about what we've learned from the teardown activity, as well as presentations on the circular economy. As you can see, the attendees at the teardown sessions are hard at work at the moment, tearing apart a chair and various electronic devices in Coventry. So keep an eye on the Twitter feed at thinkdiff_. We'll post updates as to when stuff's happening on the online feed. Thanks for joining. Hey Adam,
Oh yeah,
how's it going?
good. We're going to have to look up how to disassemble this iMac. So
Oh,
I'm doing an internet search now.
yeah, are you gonna head to iFixit?
Yep.
Yeah, good move, good move. We had Kyle Weens, the founder of iFixit. They've done two sessions at the DIF so far. One was earlier, was in the first week. They took apart the two latest Google Nexus phones and compared. They did that live and compared the design.
Yep.
And then Kyle was on last night talking about open source. So yeah, great to have them involved and a useful resource if you have a product you need to take apart.
Yeah, definitely. We've got the iFixit manual for how to get the hard drive out.
Oh yeah.
But actually, we need to do more than that. So.
Okay. Well, good luck. Keep us updated.
Will do. I'm just looking up the iFixit manual to take this apart.
So the guys in Fab Lab London, it looks like you have made fast progress with that chair. Not sure if you can hear me, or maybe you've got the tunes going a bit too loud. But good to get an update on how it's all progressing. I think they're too hard at work at the teardown. If you are joining us online, then we're in the middle of a teardown session right now. We've got a steel case chair being torn apart in London. It looks like they've made fast progress on it. We're going to get an update from Andy and the team in London soon. And up in Coventry at the Imagineering Festival, I believe a camcorder, an HP computer, and iMac are all being taken apart to be investigated. How are they designed? What sort of system were they designed in? What sort of business model supports them? That's the purpose of the teardown activity we're doing now. We'll get some updates from the team soon. Hi, Andy. I don't know if you can hear us. No, we can't hear you. I think it's since you put the music on. You can hear us. Wave. Ah.
Hi.
Can you hear us now?
We can hear. I think we can hear the guys in Coventry, but not in London. Hey, how are you getting on up there?
We're fine.
Did you get it? Did you get that? Did you get that Mac open? It looks like you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
And what have you found so far? What's the kind of the big surprise? Anything shocked you?
The entire inside of the iMac is wrapped in a foil.
Oh, okay.
And it's really, I mean, it would be almost impossible to get it off without tearing it. So clearly it's not meant to be taken apart ever.
Yeah. What did you have to do to get in?
Well, you ended up having to cut the foil.
Yeah.
And getting the case off took that special tool. It's an old AA card.
That's what you were waving at me.
Yeah, it's a little plastic card, and it releases the springs on the case. But yeah, it's shockingly badly designed for reassembly. Yeah.
And what about the camcorder? That's not something I've taken apart before.
How's that going, Reese?
It's okay. It's every single screw is needle screwdriver, so it's very fiddly, and some of the screws are very inaccessible. But the actual casing is just two separate parts. It's just actually getting the screws and finding where they are because they're kind of invisible.
Yeah.
They're so small. But no, I've got one half off.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing some close-ups. Andy, can you hear us? No, you can't, can you? Andy's put on some music down in London, and now he's scratching his head.
We're just connecting our smartphones to the network here, so we can start.
Okay.
So we can start posting pictures for you.
Yeah, that's great. So we've had a couple of pictures from London. So good to we're retweeting them, and good to let people know what we're up to. Just gonna try and get some views from London. I think they're gonna dip out and maybe rejoin the call. They started playing some music to get the atmosphere going in a Fab Lab London.
messed up the right.
The carefully calibrated audio setup was disrupted. So, what else is going on at Imagineering, Adam?
Well, there's the exhibition hall, which is enormous, is full of tables and booths with activities for kids and their families.
Oh, cool.
There's some maker stuff going on, lots and lots of sort of robots, and there's this cycle. There's this big giant multi-tricycle trailered cycle that was used to pull Lady Godiva and her horse to the London Olympics, and that was designed by an outfit here in Coventry.
Mm-hmm.
And so right around the whole outside of the exhibition hall, there's a lane where the kids can get on this thing and drive it all around. Loads of stuff going on. I'm sure it must be a blast.
So you're obviously not in a Fab Lab now. Just remind those viewing online, what's the state of Coventry Fab Lab at the moment?
We're about to. I think we've signed. Have we signed the lease now?
Signed the lease.
We signed the lease for a shop downtown. It's given to us free by Coventry City Council, one of our partners. So we've got about 130 square meters of space in a shop in what's called the City Arcade, and we're going to get the keys at beginning of January. And then we'll have a frantic move-in where we paint and decorate and sand the floors and get the furniture set up and all the machines and everything. All of our equipment's in storage at Coventry University, so we'll have that. We'll pull that out of storage, stick it in the Fab Lab, and we're hoping by about end of January we'll be open for business.
Awesome, that's good news. Good news.
Got a stand in there.
Yeah. So we've also got a stand in the Imagineering Fair.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of events now so far where we've brought people together, just ordinary citizens from the city, partners who are working in the third sector, just to talk about issues that face the city and how the Fab Lab might help to solve some of those issues. We had a bunch of kids in the last one.
But that's a good that's something that I think is emerging a bit more now, and you and I met in Barcelona, where they're really looking at how Fab Labs can benefit the wider city rather than just being for people doing personal projects, which is an important part of it. It's still a great learning experience. The wider benefit of Fab Labs. Yes, I think that I can hear myself, which must be that I'm back online. What? Oh, or does it? I can't hear you, Andy. I think you can hear me.
We're gonna move. Mute.
Okay. Andy, wave if you can hear me all right. Okay, so you can hear me, but I can't hear anything from the room, I don't think. No. If you're on a Windows machine, are you on Windows? Have you looked at the in the bottom right-hand corner speaker and the mixer to adjust those settings? There's a sound panel type thing. That's all. Okay. If as soon as your audio comes through, I will jump for joy. Okay, so I think London are going to restart their browser to rejoin the meeting. We've got Coventry taking part in some electoral products at the Imagineering Festival. If you are watching online, thanks for joining. This is part of the Disruptive Innovation Festival. This is a hands-on event, so throughout the day there will be presentations on circular economy, 3D printing, but first and foremost, this will be a hands-on teardown session. So keep an eye on the Twitter feed for updates, and we'll post the tips and learnings about design for a circular economy that we're gleaning from this teardown session throughout the day.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Ah, splendid.
So,
we've removed the HDMI link, and
okay.
we're just gone with a laptop. So behind us, there's a hardy team of Saturday morning teardowners that drove through the rain and the snow and the cold London weather, and they're taking apart the steel case. Quite interesting. Just quick, have you guys any observations to just feed back to these chaps about the chair?
Definitely human made. This comic on the screen.
Maybe you could relay some of those, Andy, for us.
I think there's an element. It's definitely human made in certain aspects. If you like a staple gun on the underside of the chair and the staples aren't straight, so it's obviously been done by hand. But for me, that's a bit of a waste of metal because you could just tie the string to something else, which actually secures the chair fabric. We struggled trying to get the first piece of the chair off. It took 5 of us to find the spot, and then it was just very awkward.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a design consideration. I think it's probably it's a bit like an afterthought.
Yeah.
You could take it apart. I'll just make this piece of rubber underneath. But it seems to be fairly well, constructed, and it seems to be relatively easy to take apart.
Yeah, you seem to have done it fairly quickly.
Yeah, we started at what 10:30, so it's 35 minutes of teardown. I mean, I'm not a chair expert by any stretch of the imagination, but it's well constructed and it's robust and it's got a great lot of features. And for something that can be disassembled and repackaged, recycled, I'm quite impressed.
And one of the things we find often with disassembly is that if you try hard enough, pretty much everything can be taken apart. But often you have the difficulties. You have to break things to do so. Is it a pretty non-destructive disassembly?
Yeah, it's break-free. There's no bits of flying plastic as you get with a Hewlett-Packard or a whole other range of different printers that we've tried in the past. Laptops are the same as well. Laptops are notoriously difficult to take apart. And I tried to repair a Nexus 4 screen last week, but it didn't work. The glass and the glue didn't want to come together, didn't want to come apart. But it's the way things are manufactured, I guess, so that they can't be re-engineered or updated or even fixed.
Yeah. And what about the documentation that came with it? That's an interesting part of it.
It's clear. It's good. There's one or two errors in it, which I think the team behind me have highlighted. But it's good to see that, and you don't usually get that with products, because the open source model is kind of contrary to the whole black box, stack them high, sell them cheap.
Yeah. Are you working on any other products there?
We've got a whole range of things. What I'll do, I'll just come around. Along the back wall on the bench, we have kettles, 2 Apple laptops, PowerBook G4s, which are going to be interesting. I think they actually still work, but there's a couple of blenders, a few mobile phones. I think it's some form of a heat press. It looks like a laminating machine. So, I mean, chances are some of those will have parts we can reuse as well in the lab, which is great.
Cool. Well,
we found that when we take our printers apart, a lot of the stepper motors we can either use or we put on eBay sometimes for 20 to 30 quid. So there's value in waste.
Yeah, that's great. And I remember you saying that you wanted to kind of take a look at that, what the salvage value could be from some of these components. I'll let you crack on. Good to see some tweets coming through, some images. Keep it up. And we'll just before lunch. So we'll probably around about sort of 12 o'clock. We'll rejoin. We'll hear some more thoughts, and maybe we'll hear a little bit more about circular economy just before we break up for a bite to eat.
Thanks, Joe. We're going to mute now.
Nice one. Hi guys. Hope you're all doing good. It's 12 o'clock now. I thought it might be a good time to take a quick break and just to compare some of our teardown experiences. I've been following the tweets. There's some great feedback on there, but maybe a good time to just to share what are the key sort of things that we're noticing with disassembly and repair potential, maintenance, and so on.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, cool. Our team are gonna rally around here and just give you some feedback.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I've just been doing the teas and coffees and a little bit of other stuff, but basically the five including me, that have been doing the activities in the steel case. We're just actually in the process of putting it into respective material case boxes, so like nylon, acetol, ABS, and just trying to work out what does 98% look like in terms of recyclability. That's the claim with the chair.
Sure. So I saw you put that on Twitter that after 67 screws, the chair comes apart and the claim is 98% recyclable.
Yeah. So we're going through that motion of understanding the different kind of materials and what form they take. But do you guys want to give any feedback to Joe and anybody out there on the interwebs that's watching this thing?
I think what we'll have to do afterwards is we'll condense it down, the recording, because 8 hours or 6 hours of people tearing stuff apart maybe isn't the most compelling viewing, but we'll find a way to condense it down into the most important bits. But yeah, I'd love to hear some of your feedback, and I know the guys in Coventry are sitting waiting as well.
Well, I'm just surprised how much nylon plastic there is. It's like a big chunk of the chair is nylon plastic, which I didn't really.
It's got a recommended sort of recycling, and it's split them into different groups. So we're dividing all the groups up in the recycling, and nylon is coming out the biggest. It surprisingly scrapped all the wheels in your chair.
Which seemed like the most useful, like easy to recycle part.
Yeah, we might recycle them today and make something.
I'm wondering how they will recycle it in the field and in the gallery in the summer, and it will not be recycled.
Yeah, if I don't pass on the wheels, it's going to show. Just so give you a bit of context. I mean, obviously, this must be compelling viewing for those. For those who just switched over from BBC Two. This is throwing the bit early, which is great, but obviously not everyone's got a lab, and but it's surprising that it's thrown to because of scrap as a potential item.
And what about the tools that you needed to do it?
Yeah, so I think that's what. So we dismantled the chair in just over an hour, and that was using one electric screwdriver, a lot of manual work, hammers, and a lot of human force. So if you wanted to actually repair any component of this chair, you need to have a bit of dedicated time and tools available to you. There are some elements of the chair though that make it unique. So this fabric section, that's the back of the chair, there's actually 6 different options for what you could use. So this is probably the best section aside from the seats to actually dismantle and replace. But the other elements of the chair, I think if they broke, I wouldn't even bother replacing them.
A lot of them actually snapped when we removed them, and they
really?
weren't able to be taken off and snapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the other.
The nylon and the other kind of plastic. Yeah.
They were made so they clipped in to each other, but when they were locked in, when you just pull them up, you snap the little clips. So.
Yeah, I think that's something we see quite a lot is certain design choices for the assembly process, the manufacturing process for speed or ease of assembly that then do result in some damage on the disassembly part.
Oh, it's also interesting on the arm drawn L and R, which I thought I don't know, I thought that the machines might be able to do that, but you still had some manual. So
Guys, breaking up a little bit. Maybe it might be from my end. Let's switch to Coventry and see, see how you've been getting on up there.
Yeah. Sorry.
Joe, I think you've just dropped off.
Yeah. You guys back on again?
I'm still here, but
okay.
Adam, I'm just going to shut my camera off because I think it might be taking a bit of my my limited bandwidth at home. So I'm going to hand over to you, Adam. Just tell us what you've been taking apart, what you've found, what sort of design elements you've noticed.
Okay, will do. Well, Reese has been working on an old camcorder. Reese, you want to tell us a little bit about what you've found so far?
Surprisingly, I've took the whole camcorder apart just with this one screwdriver. All of the screws are exactly the same size. They're all very, very small pieces. And done all of it, and I've got it down. I'm still working on some of the very, very internal parts, but I've basically got it all down to get the plastic molded and boards, TPUs. So it's kind of, even though it's very complicated to look at, it's actually rather simple in terms of taking it apart.
Right. We've also been working on an iMac. And what we've been finding with the iMac is that actually it's not really designed to be taken apart. The whole thing was encased in foil, and the foil was very fiddly, and we ended up tearing it quite a bit. Also, a lot of the components have different size screws, and so almost every different part of it has a different size screw. So that's been an absolute nightmare.
So you need a toolbox of tools to take it apart rather than just one.
Some of them they seem to have similar size heads, but then they're different lengths. You really have to be careful. If you were going to put it back together again, you'd have to be really careful about which one went with where, and you'd almost have to lay the whole thing out with a great big diagram. The other thing we found is it has an amazing amount of aluminium in it and copper. This is an example. It's got this industrial grade cooling system.
I mean, how old? What sort of age device are we talking about here? Because
about 2007, 2008.
Yeah, that looks like some sort of steampunk type of model. Yeah.
And we were thinking, we could probably reuse this for some, to make a steam engine or something. It's quite amazing. There's two of them, and loads of the brackets are milled aluminium. Not even cast. So it must have taken an enormous amount of energy to. Yeah, here we go. Here's a couple of examples. Right?
Oh yeah.
It's amazing. And then and it's just an absolute maze of wires and cables.
What about adhesives as well? It's something we see quite a lot in electronic products of all adhesives used that can inhibit opening. I know you need to use an iFixit guide. That's something that they point out a lot as well.
Yeah. It was tricky to take apart. Definitely.
And what about so repair? Maybe not a priority for that particular product, but what do you think the kind of is? What else could you say about it? Maybe durability, because they've used that sort of, you point out the chunky aluminium inside. Is durability has that been prioritized?
I think so, yes. I mean, clearly this is pretty industrial grade cooling.
Yeah.
This isn't tubing. This is solid copper.
Mm.
I mean, I think, even though that was only 7-8 years ago, I mean, this would probably be, you wouldn't be able to do it now. The copper must be worth a fortune now.
And what's next on your teardown table?
What's that?
What else have you got on your teardown table ready to be taken apart?
We've also got an old PC.
Okay, cool. So that might be next.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm going to, just before we break for lunch, I'm going to just share a few insights from what we do at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation on the circular economy. It might be useful or of interest as we progress throughout the day. Andy, you're back at the computer. You're muted at the moment. I'll
unmute microphone.
There you are. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna grab some lunch after, and then we're gonna start to explore the wonderful world of MacBook Pros.
Okay, cool. So I'll just run through a bit on the circular economy, and then
Yeah.
and then we'll break for some lunch. Cool.
You gonna do that now, or?
Yeah, no, I'll do that now. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll only be
Mate,
about 10 minutes.
We're gonna go on mute, so we're not.
Sure. So hopefully you can see the slides that I've got on screen. Just give me a wave if you can see them. Yeah, so it sounds looking good. Okay, so we haven't really spoken about it, but I work for the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We curate the Disruptive Innovation Festival, this annual event around the changing economy. And one what we do at the foundation is look at this model called the circular economy. So this is a model that is restorative and regenerative by design, and we think it's the source of potential disruptive innovation. It might be a disruptive innovation in itself. It involves disrupting the current linear economy, which is something we'll talk about for a few minutes now. So this on the left is our current linear economy, pretty much. You might not have pictured the economy as working in a straight line, but that is essentially how it works. It's take, make, and dispose. We take some materials out of the ground, we knock them around a bit and turn them into all the sorts of nice products that you've been using and just taking apart today. Ultimately, we chuck them away at the end of life. They're not often designed for repair or maintenance or upgrade. They are the best case scenario often is recycling, which is good, but it's not really perhaps the ultimate answer to some of the challenges that we face today. Waste levels in this linear economy are chronically high. At every stage of the manufacturing process, the extraction process, and disposal of products as well. It is worth saying, though, that the linear economy has actually provided a lot of benefit since the Industrial Revolution. It's brought a lot of people out of poverty. It did a great job of that. In especially emerging markets, but what we've been asking is perhaps the rules of the game have changed. Perhaps that some of the system conditions that enable the linear economy to work aren't the case anymore. And this is the sort of situation that we're looking at. So this value is just from one of our reports around fast-moving consumer goods. And we basically looked at things like packaging and clothing and food, and globally each year $3.2 trillion goes into fast-moving consumer goods, and each year 2.7 trillion of that is lost as waste. That is economically not a great situation. It's a model that that we think doesn't really work in the long term, and if we could capture some more of that value, then it could be of wider benefit to the economy as a whole. This one's just for fast-moving consumer goods, but we've looked at electronics and more durable goods as well, things like the built environment, housing, and things like that. And the story is often the same. There's very little efforts made to capture that value. So we think that the time might be right for a transition to something new and different. We've identified four current trends, many of which will you'll recognize that could be supporting this. Firstly, resource constraints. So resource prices now are a bit low. You probably reminded of that every time you head to the petrol station to fill up your car. But that doesn't mean that resource constraints aren't a factor. We know about ecosystem degradation, about water pollution and things like that. Climate change and air pollution is obviously a pressing issue. And even though we think that we might not run out of a lot of materials anytime soon, because humans are, when they really want something, they're quite ingenious. They employ some ingenious methods in getting it out of the ground. These sorts of materials are getting harder and harder to get. We're setting up more and more complex supply chains and investing more and more energy to extract those materials. In investment and economy, investment and pension funds and so on, they're looking for more resilient investments for their portfolios. What you might say that a business that owns its materials and cycles them, so they know the price of their materials next year, they know where the supply is coming from because they already own them, and is powered by renewable energy, is a more resilient investment than one that is powered by fossil fuels, so is at the mercy of oil prices, and that doesn't really know the cost of copper next year, for example. We just saw a product that contains a lot of copper. When price fluctuations are a factor, it makes long-term planning quite difficult. We're seeing the emergence of a new consumer, one that maybe favors access over ownership. I'm sure, well, maybe the most common example I'm always really surprised at how quickly we became comfortable with it. The shift from owning stacks of CDs to using something like Spotify. I don't own any of the music on Spotify. It's been virtualized, and it's now provided to me as a service rather than ownership. And we're seeing that emerge in other areas as well: cars, bikes, even clothes. So shifting from access to ownership. And then finally, enabling technology. We're seeing technology be developed that can actually support this shift. So whether that's using mobile internet, or the Internet of Things, or tagging and tracking technologies. A lot of these business models that around, for example, around the sharing economy, wouldn't really have worked until the new technology came along. Zipcar is an example. Being able to check out where the nearest Zipcar is and book it on your phone means that business model is more viable for today's customers, because it does offer the convenience. So there we have the linear economy. It's take, make, dispose. A lot of landfill, a lot of energy goes into it. So this is what we think could be the alternative. It's a circular economy. This is a pretty simplified version of a diagram that was worked on for one of our economic reports, which has become known affectionately as the butterfly diagram because of the two wings on the left and right sides. So down the middle, you still have that production and use phase, but the key elements are two cycles: a biological cycle and a technical cycle. So on the right-hand side of the diagram, we have the technical cycle, and hopefully you can see on this outside loop of the technical cycle is a recycling loop. And recycling is still part of the picture in a circular economy. It's just that it might be the loop of last resort. And if you think about it, that does make sense. If I was to make a car, for example, and then I was to strip it down to its raw materials, to reprocess to the material stage, as is the case with recycling, I will have lost all the embedded energy and materials that were added to that car during the production phase. So when we make something, we add energy in the form of labor, in terms of energy to manufacture the product, and we often add more materials. Then energy goes into marketing the product and getting it into the customer's hand. If you just return it to the material phase, then you lose all that embedded energy and materials. So what we think is that the inner loops of a circular economy, the refurbishment phase, repair and refurbishment, shared use, and maintenance are where the real value is in a circular economy. So if we can look at these tighter loops, then that's where the greater value is to be had. So we're seeing businesses now think about how they can develop those inner loops of a circular economy. On the left-hand side of the diagram is the biological cycle, and by that we mean materials that are designed to return to a food and farming system. So we have materials cascades here in the middle, and one example of that might be cotton. So cotton is harvested and turned into a high-quality textile in the form of clothing, but now a lot of that goes straight to landfill. What if you could get a number of extra stages of use out of that material? You could turn it into stuffing for furniture. You could maybe turn it into wipers or rags to be used in different applications. It could become insulation in a building, and then when it's completely done, it could be, if it's designed right with no toxins, it could then return to a natural cycle. So rather than just taking the shortcut of landfilling or incinerating materials, what if it could go through a number of different cascades before it reaches that end of life? Other aspects of the biological cycle, this little flask here demonstrates the extraction of biochemical feedstock. So things like orange peel is an area that has had some research done on it. Rather than, there was a company in Brazil making orange juice. They wanted the juice, so they didn't need the peel. But they worked with a professor, James Clark from the University of York, who worked with this company to extract valuable oils and chemicals from that peel. So before they knew it, this company who thought they were just an orange juice business, they turned into a chemical business as well, because they found that they could extract these biochemicals from what they thought was a waste product. And then also energy can be gained from biological materials. We're not talking just about incineration. What about anaerobic digestion? You can put biological materials in an anaerobic digester. They provide natural gas, but also fertilizer, and that can be applied to fields, offering a regenerative model rather than one that's just degenerative. Ultimately, landfill would be phased out as much as possible, and energy would come from renewables. We have all this renewable energy in the form of sunlight falling around the world. We think that if you shifted to doing more of these practices like remanufacturing and repair, you could perhaps lower the threshold energy required to power the economy as a whole, making renewable energy more feasible. So how would you do it then? If we're looking at products today, how could you actually change them to work in a circular economy? We think there might be 4 ways to do that. One is, as I said, the power of the inner circle. And in layman's terms, and the way I like to think of it, is if a product's working okay, don't mess with it. If your washing machine is functioning well, then the less you have to do to move it, to shift it around, to add more energy to get it working again, the better. So products could be designed to be durable, but also to be easily maintained by the user or by a local repair person. So power of the inner circle, prioritize maintenance and easy repair by the user. Power of circling longer. We can keep products in the economy for longer, providing more value if we design them for multiple cycles. So rather than just designing a product to get it sold once, what about if you could design it so it could be remanufactured a number of times? Engines are a good example, and if we've got time later, I can share a case study on Caterpillar. Caterpillar have designed their engines to be remanufactured 7 or 8 times. They actually invest a bit more energy and a bit more materials to sell in the first product, and it makes it a bit more expensive, maybe even a bit more difficult to sell compared to their competitors. But it does mean they can remanufacture it a number of times. There's the power of cascaded use. Just mentioned that, an example from cotton. But you could do the same for timber or many other biological materials, rather than just having one sale and one flow through the economy in a traditional throughput manner. What about if you could have multiple cash flows from the same material and get multiple benefits? This could actually create jobs as well. So rather than just a product going for landfill or incineration, there could be many other activities that could be develop around this material flow. And if you think about it, this is how living systems work as well. Biomimicry is central to the circular economy. It's a model that's inspired by living systems. If you look at something like a cherry tree, which is an example the guys from Cradle to Cradle use, a cherry tree doesn't really need to produce the thousands of cherries that it does, but the fact that it creates that abundance isn't a negative thing, because it enhances it's part of an overall system that works. There are many other processes and exchanges of energy that take place around that material flow. And then finally, the power of pure, non-toxic or easier to separate inputs and designs. This has two benefits in my mind. One, for safety and health. There are many sort of toxins, fire retardants that are used in products all around us that can have a negative impact on health. But secondly, if you want to recycle materials or put them back into a natural system, then you need to design them for that purpose. We recycle a lot of materials today that perhaps wasn't designed with cycling in mind. So we can maybe get 1 or 2 cycles out of it, but after a while the quality degrades and the harmful toxins result in pretty poor quality materials. So rethinking the material choice is also crucial in the circular economy. But there are big challenges remaining. Here are 4 that we've identified. Firstly, circular design and production, as this is something you'll have seen today for sure. We're very good at designing products to be sold, but designing products for repair, for maintenance, for recovering components isn't such an easy thing to do currently. I'm sure you've identified some potential design tweaks in the products that you've been looking at that could improve the circularity of them. We could look at new business models that favor access over ownership or pay-per-use. This could enable manufacturers to maintain ownership of the materials that they already own, they already bought the first time around, and it could offer a better service for the customer as well. The reverse cycle, again, we're very good at, we've set up amazingly efficient supply chains to get products out to people in the hands of the users. The reverse supply chains are still very primitive. When products often come back damaged, or we haven't got the diagnostics for manufacturers to understand how they could be repaired. So there's a lot of work that could be done to improving the way we get products back today. And then finally, system conditions, policy, legislation, education. There are a number of different practices different conditions that could be put in place to enable the uptake of these more circular practices. So that is a very quick overview into the circular economy. I hope as you look at the designs of the products that you've been taking apart today, some of these ideas come through. I know you guys have got different things that you can get up to for the afternoon. You can look at how you could redesign the product, or how you could rethink the business model for a circular economy. I think in London you're going to maybe take a look at the salvageable components. What might they be worth if you resold them, and what could you do with them if you want to turn them into a new product? So I'm going to leave you to crack on with some lunch, to take a break. But thanks for your participation this morning. Thanks for sharing all your tweets and your images online on Twitter. I'll keep an eye out for them and keep them coming throughout the afternoon. Good to have you here as part of the Disruptive Innovation Festival. But let's take about an hour or so for lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon to carry on the Teardown Live event.
Okay, we'll see you soon, Joe. Thanks very much.
Cheers, Adam. See you soon.
See you in about an hour.
Bye.
Bye.
We're back on air, Adam. We had a bit of a technical fault. If you're still there, can you hear me? I can, yeah, cool. We're back on. We had a little lapse in live stream.
Okay, we're still on. We just got our microphone muted so we can chat amongst ourselves. Okay.
Okay, no worries.
good to see that the team in London are cracking on with their teardown activity. You seem to have grown in number as well. You multiplied, but you seem hard at work. And Adam, you've also gained another teardown member.
Reese called for backup, and his brother Aaron's here now. So
Nice one. Hi, Aaron.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. It's probably the only conference or event at a conference I've ever been to where the number is increased after lunch. Usually, you just lose people.
Usually. Well, we did lose Sinead, to be fair.
Okay.
And our student helper as well.
That's okay.
Molly. So Molly's gone too. So we're down 2, but we're up 1. So.
Did you get a chance to? Are you getting a chance to look at the rest of the events going on at Imagineering?
I haven't. No, I haven't. But that's where Sinead is now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. We'll report to you on that. That looks really interesting. Are you familiar with the Imagineering Foundation?
No, I'm not. No.
They run, among other things, they run kids clubs, and they start them working on paper airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually they work through a series of kits over about 30 weeks. So they're school-based clubs, and by the time they get to 30 weeks, they're building crystal set radios.
Amazing. That's
So
really cool.
it's kind of cool. But he said they're having trouble generating enough interest in revenue. So we're having. He came in earlier. One of the founders, Bob, and we were talking to him about it, and yeah, we think we can work with him, and because we're linked in with all the other Fab Labs, I'm sure we can do something.
Hi Andy, you're back, but the team there have got cracking. What are they working on? Oh, you're mute at the moment. I'll sort that.
Mute.
There you are. Yeah, you got it.
Sorry. So now you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're taking apart some of Mr. Jobs' fine creations.
What did you say? It was MacBook G4.
Yeah, PowerBook G4. We're taking apart the usual kettle. Mm-hmm. No surprises there.
Well, no surprises for you. But what's inside a kettle?
What's inside the kettle?
What?
What's inside the kettle?
Inside the kettle, the how to say to warm it, to warm the
coil.
Yeah.
It's the coil. What I was surprised was the overflow here. So we were surprised. So you have the overflow here, and then it goes down. It goes down in the electric part.
So it appears the overflowed into electrical components.
We have it like this, and then the overflow then goes down here.
Yeah.
And that would break it, right?
Yes. I thought, but based on actually it goes beneath into electrical components, so actually underneath it.
Oh, okay.
You put too much water inside, then yeah, the water goes here.
So we're back with the teardowns. But just before the break, obviously we had a bit of information about circular economy, about why we perhaps might have ended up with products that aren't suitable to be repaired or remanufactured or reused. But I'll let you guys crack on with some more teardown. If you Andy, are you planning on doing any? You said about looking on eBay, see how much some salvaged components were worth, or maybe even seeing if you could repurpose them.
Yeah, I mean, what we tend to do. I mean, some of the fans that come out of the machines we take apart, we can reuse.
Yeah.
Motors we haven't done a printer because printers are really messy.
Yeah.
Sometimes left in, and we don't want to make our desks look like a rainbow today. But I think there's 5 of us now, and my son's joined us, so he's doing some 3D printing. So at some point, these guys, you'll see 3D printing in action. He's printing some parts for a game he's making. But there's also a Dell computer taken apart.
Oh, ace. Okay.
There's a Dell, based on my current observations, is a real pain to pull apart unless you do it in the right order.
Okay.
But
Well,
we don't know the right order yet.
we'll crack on with it, and we'll hear a bit more in a few minutes.
All right. Thanks.
All right. See you soon.
Thanks.
Just a quick announcement from me. Throughout the course of the Disruptive Innovation Festival, we've been using a tool called Red Pen to collaborate on documents and infographics. So I've just shared a file on Red Pen. I've shared it on our Twitter page. It's at thinkdiff_. You can access it. I've started to put in some of the comments that you've been pointing out throughout the day about the good and bad aspects of for design for disassembly that you've been mentioning. So if you want to submit some of your thoughts, useful as we after today, and we continue to think about design for disassembly throughout the Disruptive Innovation Festival and beyond, to have some of your thoughts logged and a record of them. So you'll find the link to the Red Pen graphic on our Twitter page. Throughout the day, if you can add your own thoughts, good aspects, bad aspects of design for disassembly, then it'd be great to keep a record of the teardown activity today. Cheers. while you're busy cracking on with your teardowns, I thought I'd just point out that I think Andy probably has been commenting on this red pen graphic that I was mentioning before. You can hopefully see it on the screen now. So it's just pointing out some of the teardown and design for disassembly aspects that you guys have been pointing out today. So we've got break-free disassembly, non-destructive disassembly practices we're seeing as a good aspect. Instructions, we saw with the steel case chair that using some instructions could be useful and could help you go through a disassembly process faster and more effectively. Also with the steel case chair, there was a great picture that Andy put on Twitter of identifying and sorting materials for recycling purposes. One screwdriver was needed for the camcorder up in Coventry, making for a more easy disassembly. If you have to keep swapping tools every few minutes, disassembly is going to take longer. It's not going to be as easy for an individual, and it's going to be more time consuming, more labor intensive for a manufacturer. The iMac that I think is being taken apart in, the one that was taken apart in Coventry, many high quality components. I've suggested maybe that's good for a few reasons: reuse or resale value, also durability. And on the bad side of design for disassembly, we've seen the adhesive can make getting inside a product more difficult. There are lots of different types of screws. Again, that's one from Coventry, loads of different types of screws, and actually Coventry have chipped in too many different sizes and types of screws. Reassembly will be a nightmare. I feel sorry for the person that is going to try and reassemble some of these products. And then also another one from Coventry that I saw on Twitter, a maze of cabling. So integrated design can make replacing just one part harder. So that's some of the design for disassembly analysis that you've been picking out throughout the day. Good if we can make a record of it so that we can share the learnings from today after the teardown event has finished. Hello, Teardown gang. Wave if you can hear me. Oh, okay, all right, good, good, good. While you're busy working and 3D printing stuff and taking laptops apart, I'm just going to share a couple of case studies. So one thing we've found, we're talking a lot about some of the challenges with design for disassembly and for design for a circular economy, but there are some people out there who are doing it quite well. Let me see if I can get this working. Okay, so I'm just gonna run through a couple of examples of what we reckon are a pretty good and intelligent design, taking some circular economy principles in mind. So firstly, there's this company, they're called Ecovative. They're set up by a guy called Eben Bayer. He's from the States, and basically he was looking at polystyrene and said it doesn't really make sense that that we have this single-use packaging that's really hard to recycle. We can't really do anything with it. It's made out of petrochemicals. So Eben said, well, that should be a biological material, and it should be designed to restore a food and farming system. So this is what he came up with. This is Ecovative mushroom packaging. So this is a like-for-like replacement for polystyrene. It's made out of mycelium, which is the root structure of mushrooms. And he grows it with waste as well, waste material from the agricultural sector. When it's done, it can go back to a natural system, actually restoring nutrients to the soil. So this is kind of what we're thinking about when we think of regenerative design. This no longer is a waste problem; it's a waste opportunity. Deso, not the sexiest product in the world. We're talking industrial carpet here, but they have rethought their carpet so that the backing can be separated from the yarn. Each of those different components can be reprocessed and turned into new carpet. And actually, they're looking at business models where you actually never own the carpet. Those are the resources that they own. They want them back at the end of life, so they recover them once they're done, and they offer them to the customers on a pay-per-use, a lease model. So they always know how much resources they can capture at the end of life. This one is a company called Splosh. They're based in Hay-on-Wye, and they said, again, it doesn't make sense. It was a design problem. It doesn't make sense that we buy detergents and washing up liquid and so on in plastic bottles that then end up filling up our recycling bins. So what they do now, you go on their website, you buy an empty plastic bottle that's designed to be durable, it's long-lasting, and then through the post you get these concentrated dissolvable sachets. You put them in the bottle, mix it with 70-degree hot water, and you have your end product. A completely rethought business model, which has led to a change in design. Some new business model ideas. Zipcar, one that some of you may have even used. I'm sure many of you have heard of Zipcar. This was set up by an transportation entrepreneur called Robin Chase. She said a lot of people see owning a full car a burden. They'd much rather own a portion of a car, say a fraction of a car, especially when you consider that many of our cars are sitting idle for 90%, 95% of the time. So what if you could own a tiny portion of a car when you wanted it? So that's how Zipcar emerged. You pay for half an hour blocks of time on Zipcar. You use the technology has got to the stage where you can book the car yourself. You can unlock it using a chip in the windscreen, and you can own a So really doesn't have an impact on the convenience, and that's why car sharing has taken off, and Zipcar is one of the largest car sharing companies in the world. Access over ownership. We mentioned this a bit earlier on. We've become fairly used to not owning our music when it comes to, or our media when it comes to things like Spotify and Netflix. This could impact other areas as well. There's a company called Latote who call themselves the Netflix for clothes. So rather than owning all your clothes, you can go on this website. You can pick out a number of items that you think you might like to wear. You wear them for however long or short or little amount of time you'd like, and when you're done, you send them back. So this is a way that perhaps fast fashion could actually work. You have products that are used by multiple people. They're washed, and a business model that supports doing more rather than just doing less. And then Philips Paper Lux, another interesting business model. This was an architect in the Netherlands who went to Philips and said, "I'm setting up a new office. I don't want to buy light bulbs and light fittings. I just want to buy light." So he got Philips to develop a business model where he pays for 240 lumens of light in his office. Philips maintain ownership of the light fixtures and fittings. They also pay the energy bill each month. So it's in their interest to deliver the most efficient service possible and upgrade it when a more efficient technology comes out. And they can recover the components and reuse them. So a lot of what we see in the linear economy is through traditional models and traditional single sale models, materials get lost. So some of these models that we call the performance economy, paying for performance rather than product, could enable less of that material loss in the wider economy. So a couple of reverse cycle case studies. Mazuma Mobile are a company, a UK company. They're not unique by any stretch. There's in America it's Gazelle and others in the UK like Music Magpie. Basically, companies that will give you money for your old electronics. In this instance, phones. And this isn't a really great example of a circular economy, to be perfectly honest, because they're just buying people's old phones. But what it really shows is how much value is left in end of life or end of use electronics. I'm sure many of us have got phones at the back of our drawers at home, and you guys have been taking apart today electronics that have no use anymore. But the establishment of startups like Mazuma Mobile show that there is still value in the components inside. Perhaps not in this country, but in emerging markets. This is an example from Renault. Renault have a factory in France, in a place called Choisy, where they remanufacture components. It's their most profitable factory by far. They remanufacture turbochargers, gearboxes, drivetrains, and they send them out with the same warranty as a new product. So when we talk about remanufacturing, we're not just talking about something that's repaired or cleaned. It really is returned to as good as new standard. So it's interesting to think maybe about the things you've been taking apart today. If you sent them back to a professional, do you think they could be returned to as good as new? I'd imagine probably not. In many cases, you might have to damage them to get them open, or they might have components that are just expired. So in the automotive sector, this is an area where they've really proved that remanufacturing can be profitable. Now it needs to filter down to other areas. And then there's Caterpillar. Caterpillar have been doing remanufacturing for many years now. They actually design their, I mentioned them earlier on, they design their engines sometimes with a bit more energy, a bit more material the first time around, and sometimes they're a bit more expensive than their competitors. The reason for that is, well, one, they can deliver a better service, and two, they can be remanufactured a number of times. So rather than just making a cheap product to make it easier to sell the first time, they're thinking about how many lives this engine could have. So that's just a few case studies in some of the areas that we've seen in reverse cycle, in business model, and in circular design. Hopefully they're useful. Just to get you thinking as you're thinking how these products could be, the ones you've been taking apart today, could be rethought for a circular economy.
Adam, are you there?
Yes, we're here.
You're still
Oh,
there?
yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing?
We're all right.
Oh, we've got a young maker here who's taking things apart. Do you want to stand on the camera?
Is this your son?
This is Mr. Fab Kid #1.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's,
So we've taken apart. In fact, I'm going to try something. I don't know if it's going to work.
you're gonna try and move the computer, aren't you?
I'm going to unplug this. It's going to stop. It's going to stop off. There you go.
Yeah, we're mobile.
So that's.
Inside of the Dell.
Sorry, that's the wrong. So we've done.
Awesome.
Can you see that?
Yeah. Nice.
That's the Dell.
And how was that? How well did that come apart?
Lots and lots of very tiny screws, but very interesting to also see how some of the components snap together on the motherboard, and unfortunately how little of this is actually reusable in a constructive manner.
Okay. So another example of perhaps of, I mean, I know Adam's been seeing kind of integrated design in his products up here in Coventry, and it seems like it's similar there.
Yeah, we're finding that obviously, you know, these things are built not to be disassembled in this way, shape, or form, I suspect. There's some metals and some plastics you could probably reuse and crush some of the ABS to make filament, but there's very little you could reuse. Obviously, you could melt down the screws and whatnot. The screens are kind of at a lost cause. We managed to take apart the Apple one completely.
Yeah, I saw you looking through two sheets of something.
Yeah, we call it magic sheets. Can I sit down? You sit. I don't know if you can still. Are you still there? We've literally taken all the different layers out of the screen from the Apple. It's just a power box. You've got obviously.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So you know, for those with art projects in mind, it's just quite. So it's. And then we've managed to salvage the entire screen, so that you know if you did want to replace. So this is something you could probably keep and replace, but this is the whole screen.
Okay.
Quite cool.
I guess because screens are in so many devices that we use now. There was something on the Red Pen collaboration link I sent round that it was actually Adam putting in some redesign or repurposing ideas, including the let me see. We found a little CRT module in the viewfinder of the camcorder that could be maybe reused as a periscope viewfinder. And then if someone could come up with a universal reprogrammer for various chipsets, you could hack old computer motherboards for use as very powerful embedded computers. So it seems like some things might be easier to use than easier to reuse than others. There might be some limitations with some of the hardware.
I think some of this stuff could be great for art projects or displays or to communicate the complexity of modern chip design and computing. I can think of I've got lots of ideas that we could use this. Just the screws alone. I mean, we did some work with Lucy and the RSA, and it's not electronic, but it's shavers, not shavers, blades.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah. So that was done like a show and tell for razor blades.
Adam
we actually had Gillette in the lab.
Oh really?
And we made a comment that a lot of the notion that the three blades are better than one is a bit of a fallacy, and it's all about marketing.
What did they think of that?
They didn't really like that comment very well, but they like the use of what we've done, and they're interested in doing some stuff with us.
The question from Adam in Coventry was, could the actual flat screen components from used computer monitors be somehow recombined for embedded systems, games for kids, and so on?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong person there. I'm not a hardware specialist.
Well, Adam, perhaps you could chip in because you've been. Is your question? Do you think that's possible?
Well, I don't know, but you know, it's come out just like the other one that Andy was looking at. Ours has come out pretty easily, and the main interface down here is a ribbon. It must be just some sort of visual interface, and then just a few, you know, like power supplies and things like that. I would imagine you could probably figure it out. I mean, worst case, we could probably just take the old iMac and just repackage it. You know, stick it in a playhouse, in a panel in a playhouse or something, and then just program it as an Apple. Just put, you know, because you can make games and things on the old app. It's just that the old ones won't run the new operating system. But so what? If it's not on the internet, or if it is, but it's just that it's in a kind of really locked down. I don't see why not. So yeah, probably.
One thing we're starting to do, Joe. I know you've got me on mute at the moment. One thing we've started. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
hello?
I can hear you. You're there.
Yeah, I'm here. We've got some old machines here from the probably early 80s. And it relates to recycling. We're going to take one of these compact.
Yeah, I see that. That is vintage stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to recycle it. We're going to take out the screen and stick in a pipe. So that's taking an old piece of kit of the shell that's got a decent keyboard. Okay, you're not going to lug it around in a laptop in a bag, it's a bit heavy. But as a Pi workstation, it's quite a novel thing to recycle.
That's a good idea.
Demonstrating that's feasible.
Yeah, why not?
See where it goes.
We've got about an hour left in the live broadcast and on the schedule. Have you guys put any thought into other sort of redesign opportunities? What might a complete rethink of some of these products look like?
We haven't as yet. I think they're too engrossed in trying to count the screws.
Okay.
Alpha Mac take down.
All right. Well, how about this then? You can carry on with your counting screws. I want to see some more great pictures for Twitter because some of them have been excellent. We've been sharing them. I'd love to make a bit of a collage of that when the day's done. Some of the best shots. And then let's come back in a little while and hear kind of some final thoughts about design. As I say, on the graphic that we've been sharing, there's some really good comments on there. Good features, bad features, and redesign opportunities. It'd be great to populate that a bit more before the end of the workshop.
Okay, cool. We'll see what we can do.
Cool, right. Nice one. See you soon.
Okay.
We'll speak to you later.
Hi guys. Looks like you're hello. Looks like you're packing up there. Good to see. Wouldn't want it to be left in a mess. Those screws can be an absolute nightmare to clear up, but hopefully you've got them all. Adam, thanks for chipping in on the red pen graphic. We'll keep that going. Actually, we'll share that throughout the rest of the diff. Some great suggestions on there around how to rethink electronics, motherboards, picking out some of the components that were particularly troublesome today. That is a beautiful thing. What is that? Oh, you're muted. Hold on. Give us a second. Go for it.
Unmuted. Oh yeah, it's a hard disk.
It's amazing.
It's actually one of the disks from hard disk that Dylan managed to extract. He broke the other one, but this is obviously going to become a Christmas decoration.
That is awesome. That's really cool. It's super reflective. I can see myself in it.
Yeah. There you
That's
go.
Cool.
But no, it's been a good day, Joe.
Yeah.
I think as a concept, I think it's got, if we work on I think similar items,
Yeah.
and then compare and contrast, or different models or makes of devices.
Sure.
And from this side, I think we need more probably specialists in a given domain. So like say Mark Shayla from a kind of materials perspective.
Sure. Yeah.
He wasn't available today, but maybe next time we can get him involved.
Well,
also embedded hardware guys as well.
We're thinking about about maybe some follow-on events at the DIF. Sorry, following on from the DIF, maybe a bit of a roadshow. So maybe we could pick that up. So because obviously what happens now typically is the with the DIF finishes, and then we kind of go quiet for a year and we work on the next one. But this time around, we're thinking about doing a bit of a DIF on tour type thing, with some events going on, hackathons and teardown stuff, and bits in during the year between the two festivals. So yeah, I think that it's good to see people enthusiastic for teardown as always. But yeah, let's work on the concept and get and ramp it up for a DIF on tour.
I think one thing we're doing with Intel at the moment, we've got 5 Fab Labs involved around the Edison board, and we run a 5-week workshop, 1 day a week, and then a hackathon. We're going to hook up the labs through a Google Hangout like this, so that when they're creating their IoT-based projects in Edison here, they can share, obviously, the similar projects or ideas, etc.
Just so you guys know, Aaron and Reese here are from our product design course at Coventry University, and I work with their lecturers quite closely. So one of the things that might be really interesting to do is to have one of these, and then follow it up maybe say about a week later, or maybe just a few days later, and then have a really intensive sort of redesign with the product design guys, because it's
good. I mean, people love taking stuff apart, but as we look at this as a format, great to see if we can put it in the context of the redesign piece in an intense way. I think that's the point. Is we can bat around some redesign ideas, as you and I have been doing on the collaboration tool, but it'd be great to apply some proper design thinking to it.
Yeah. Someone once said, if you get a bunch of very intelligent people together and you give them an impossible target.
We've got Reese and Aaron.
Did that quote come from George Osborne?
Okay, guys. Well,
the best things happen.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We'll find some intelligent people. Well, we've got Reese and Aaron.
Did that quote come from George Osborne?
Okay, guys. Well, I hope today has been useful. Thanks for your support in pulling it together, and I hope you've had some fun.
Yes.
I think it's one thing that always comes out of these sessions, the teardown sessions, is that we aren't going to change things. You won't change the economic system by redesigning one product or even one business, but taking stuff apart can tell us a lot about the systems in which they were designed. So we took a lot of stuff apart today, and I hope as you go back to whether it's work or research or just out of sheer curiosity, that some of these ideas around the circular economy, about shifting perhaps to different business models or increasing ability for repair, remanufacture, upgrade, hopefully they'll infiltrate your thinking somehow and think about how we could create a regenerative, restorative economy by design. But thanks for joining today. I've had a lot of fun, and I actually, in a way, I wish I'd been there to tear some of that stuff apart, because it looks like, yes, that has got to be some of the best stuff I've seen at a Teardown Lab. That's the nicest kit. So yeah, I was a bit jealous, but thanks for taking part.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. I think there's